How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey Control. Hey Superman. Hey Adrix. Anyone else is lurking about? Microwave. We are level 9. Air fryer is level 9. Started claiming like a couple exploration spots, and by a couple I mean just the Moonrise one, so I can actually move through the tower without issues. That's cool. After through the Wolfie EUIC video, I haven't watched it yet. Oh yeah, I did make all these zombies. For gore. What was I gonna use them on? Oh yeah, I was thinking about what if I just like had zombies body block for portal defense for no reason. Let's do that. I guess I'll carry a kobold too. Can you kill your own summons for XP? Assuming not? No.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. One day I'll catch a break.
Put some AC gear on. The Hunter should be almost unable to hit me now.
Better be cautious. This medicatrix.
Please, excuse me.
That should work.
Hey, Big Fat Benchy. Successfully finished my solo warlock on a run. Really enjoyed 12 levels of Hexblade. Gonna start Tempest Cleric next. Let's go. Good stuff. Well done. Congrats on your win.
Let's move. Softer than a whisper. This medicatrix.
Shared initiative. I don't have my fungal infestation charge anymore, do I? Well, actually, I still might. Sure.
These things have stayed interesting.
Well, this will have to be enough zombies. mind Jake losing his shit in the background. He does that. So dumb. Jake, what are you doing, man?
What path lies before me?
He's just screaming at my wall, which is relatable. But like, what's the goal? What's the plan, man?
I don't need any attention right now.
Somewhat tempted to pop an aid scroll, but it's not gonna make a difference. We all know that. Okay, Superman, thank you for the full year. And the streak. And the kind words.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Finally 1 year of Quag Jiggling, Quag Jiggling, Quag Jiggling. Thanks for the good vibes and community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Figure out what I want to concentrate on. I think Sleet Storm still makes sense. Do like a wall of zombies. And that. But I still have to deal with Malice Storm. Doing that with no spell slot's gonna be a whole thing. At least I have free access to Moonrise now, though. Okay. Get back a third level with this. Are there ever enough zombies? Yes. You have class, you have sass, but most important, he scream at own ass. Me every Saturday after I have the traditional Friday Taco Bell.
Need to find a way forward.
I could have gut, shield of faith, all of these zombies. Like, does that accomplish anything, really? I mean, I guess. Shield of Faith plus Mage Armor, I could get them all up to a staggering 13 AC. Meh.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your
Oh, hey, there's a globe. Portal defense, but we make the weirdest choices, things that I normally never ever do. I'm down. Some more stuff to him. We can sell that for sure. That too. I guess I could sell him the rune powder. That'd probably be smart. That's why I don't have money. Between that and not getting damn an attitude, yeah, that explains it.
So many mines. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Buy that, because maybe that's useful. Need a greater invis eventually, so I guess I'll buy one now. I was thinking of doing Cloud Kill in the Quality Jar, so I'll buy one of those.
Very.
Let's see how many Vigilance and Heroism I end up with. Ironic bark skin might happen here. I think that's fun, actually. See the microwavings? Lots of meat. How are you, Carrie? You ever end up using Bark Skin? No, it's kind of a bad spell. But Bark Skin elixirs are useful for summons that have incredibly low AC. So like if I were to put Shield of Faith and Mage Armor on one of these zombies and hasten it, it would still have less AC than it would have by me just using a Bark Skin elixir on it. So if I do not have my preferred elixirs in a surplus, then I can just throw a Bark Skin at it. It's like, yeah, you have serviceable AC now. By serviceable I still mean like not good, but like a number that exists rather than functionally fuck all.
Have I got everything then?
In AC. Some of them vigilance. I'll even give a hill giant. Could move a bit more, maybe.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Turn buffer to get a zombie army. We did do that. Undead summons can drink potions is a mod, normal mechanic in game. Normal mechanic in game. Specific summons can't drink potions, but that is a case-by-case basis. Like, zombies can do it. Shadows can do it. Skeletons can do it. Weirdly, us can't do it. The Intellect Devourer summon, at least past the Nautiloid, can't drink potions. Entirely case by case. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's how it works.
Anything you want to say?
You know that Necromancer run you did? The mobs you summoned never end up getting obliterated in any fights? Which Necromancer run do you mean? I've done a couple now. Guess this is a defender flail fight. Or you did Death Knight, maybe was it? Basically had an undead horde of minions. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the summons would get, or the undead would get fucked up. That's when I would have to, go in with extra prep ahead of time, more elixirs and such. Depends on the fight, but sometimes, yeah.
No use digging here. No use digging here. Nothing interesting buried here.
Also makes sense. Anything with no mouth or an incorporeal form that couldn't hold a liquid it's drinking. Right, like sometimes it makes sense. Then explain how spiritual weapon can drink potions. Like the intellect devourer doesn't have a mouth. Okay, sure. But I mean I could just like pour it on top of the brain, but like but like why can just like a sword that I summon drink potions then? Like a literal shadow can drink potions. Like, I don't really get it.
Couple turns should do it.
Your sword doesn't have a mouth, and how do you kiss it? With my sword. Hi, fishy.
Just have a few.
What? So answer your wall.
Be flayed. The next instrument, sister.
Hey, don't throw that at me. There's only 10 of those in the game. Why did you throw that? I have immunity. That's unfortunate. I'm miffed. Ooh, are you wearing metal armor? Hit. Huge.
Can't slow down.
Flabbergasted, perhaps. You got a little more movement than I like. sure I send it off. You can probably hit me here. Where'd you even res that one? Oh, she doesn't have line of sight on me. Lol.
Something good here, I hope.
We're gonna put this corpse in this bookshelf so it can't be used against me. Edge rate.
Let's get this over with.
Still yourself. The sword's teeth will open the way for her shadow.
That could slow me. Check my oil duration. See Gemini Vicious Mockery? Yeah, that was chonky.
Out of sight, out of mind. Breathe deep and move.
Why is the duration on this refreshing? Okay, there it goes. That was strange. The weapons found in the sisters any good? We can't use the abilities granted by them, so they end up just being equivalent to regular weapons. Some of them are magical, some of them are not, but they're just effectively daggers, short swords, etc.
I need a quick word. Wait,
This is no physical ailment.
My lute. Do you know him?
might be useful.
But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon...
I countermancy them to see if they'll use the item's equip effect or whatever. Oh, it has nothing to do with countermancy. So, no.
I'm not sure I can...
Me...
Here, Falker. I still don't have Balthazar's Moon Lantern, so... I could go grab it, but I'm incredibly fucking lazy. Did confirm how the Sharpcaster works on Backlash. Nice. I do almost wish we got Sharpcaster earlier. Like, I'm usually very fixated on other hats in Act 3. That's strictly a personal thing.
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Chris, and you're the 60 month time I don't like time. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Sip Twitch is a liar, right? Quag Sip.
Thank you very much, Chris. Old. Old.
May the gods take you first. Let's get going. Light on my feet. Victims of the Shadow Curse. At least they were afforded a burial.
I've been using a lot of grease this run. Makes sense why I'm out of it. Stuff. This sorted out shortly. Hey, Danny. Glad you're having a good time.
I've got a long road ahead.
Place the light over here.
Away I go.
You're here. Good. Very well. But I need you to stay oak. Get ready.
Should have made sure I had bombs here. Make this work.
Cast to put my hands on everything.
Hey, Scott.
More foes. Halsin better get back soon.
Second level will be enough here then. One of my zombies wasn't in combat yet. It's funny.
Gift balls. Some must have fallen to the curse. Very well.
Hey, spicy miso. Oh, am I doing okay? How are you? Am I gonna use the Brilliant Retort for anything else? No. I say good, sir. Your retort was brilliant. You may say that. Wall of Zombies hilarious. It's my favorite spell. Oh, I can make zombies out of those. Okay. The part of the plant. Able to do Act 1 automatic. Nice. That's a Necromancy archetype in D&D and BG3 in general. D&D and BG3 are completely different, so I cannot speak to D&D, but in BG3 it's good. Here, Roxy. Nice.
Just have to fight a little more time. Never a dull moment. Still breathing, despite everything.
Wanted to make sure I got the newborn zombie there. For the memes. You don't do that much damage. No, you do. As a huge fan of clerics, you prefer Death Cleric or Necromancy Wizard? They do completely different things. It's like asking if I prefer cereal or pasta. I installed the crit patch, I guess. The fuck? Not Italian confirmed.
All right.
Another zombie. I'll do it.
But no. Come.
All right. What now? Moving ahead.
Balance the wall luck. Yeah, it gotta be. Was fun. Wall of Zombies, pretty good. What happened? Hmm. I've never typed anything ever. More zombies survived that than I was, making wood. So I guess I could, like, use them for the this fight.
Got to have a plan first.
Meh. Meh.
That's why we're still standing around.
This is not like the level 9 spec I want to stay on. I think I do want to try either 5 Ranger or 6 Eldritch Knight. And then 3 Druid. If I go 5 Ranger, that does leave me a level. I guess I could go 4 Druid at that point. Pick up a second feat. The same way I'd have 2 feats by going 6 EK. What would I do with a second feat right now, though? I could take Tough for the May Mace. Wielder eventually goes on the build. I guess maybe I stick with one sorcerer to keep access to Agathis. And then Pick up meta magic again at level 10. That'd be a 5-2-3 at 10. That's reasonable.
You Graven Guard's still alive.
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight with them.
Good man.
Forgot I left my headset on the bass boost, and my god, your voice sounds wonderful. Oh, thank you, Roxy. I appreciate that. I am not fully awake yet voice, so I'm not enunciating as much as I could. I'm not hitting the higher registers.
What's hiding here?
Cat, what are you doing? You and Moxie with that joke? Nice, no. Give me a chance to get my charisma to where I want it to be too.
Something's on my mind.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? As
Your mind got one of those feminine deep voices. That voice archetype clears. Yeah, praise be. Got aura. Alright, so if I'm going Ranger, works out, because I can put Enhanced Sleep, Longstrider, and my Ranger spell slots. I'm realizing that I'm gonna, with this setup, I'll have the capacity to just do the usual, casting Ranger stuff, minus Lightning Arrow, which is it's kind of saucy. But I am really undecided between Eldritch Knight and Ranger for this. So with 5 levels EK, I wouldn't even hit 2nd level spell progression yet. You don't hit that till what, level 7? So that plus 3 levels of Druid would mean then 1 level of Fullcaster. I would have just barely 3rd level spells. I don't want to get to 4th. We'll go Ranger. Taking Wasteland Wanderer Fire here would give me Fire Res without needing Grimskull Helm, and that's kind of appealing. Take Cold, though. Ranger Knight. Either go with the... Yeah, no, I'm definitely going with the Sorcerer level. Because I can get my spellcasting onto Charisma. Better for everything except my E-Metal. This will be 13 Riz, though. Am I okay with that? I guess I am. I can take Athletics proficiency now. Make sure I don't take Stealth. That if I wanted Arcane Charge. I'll pick up the boots. I should. Why cold? I already have poison from being a dwarf. I will have fire most of the time by having Grimskull Helm equipped, and cold will at least help for Armor of Agathis damage if I'm hitting myself or a Necromite. Or if I do manage to accidentally disarm Merkel. Two-weapon fighting style here for offhand crossbow damage. Yeah. Stormkeeper could be fun. Not better, though. Like, Hunter is the serious answer here. I guess Gloom for some initiative wouldn't be horrible. Beastmaster... I mean, I could have the bear disarm things. Does that get me anything, though? Not really. The Hunter. Taking Hordebreaker? Daring today, aren't we? In my defense, it has been a minute since I've taken Hordebreaker. I want to take Ensnaring Strike because it's a ranged weapon spell attack. But it is concentration, so it doesn't synergize super well with heat metal stuff. Hail of Thorns. Relapsing. Something like that. And here, got any fun recommendations for a character to play with Monk, Druid, and Ranger? Other three you've never played. I'll clear Donner a few times. Want to take a bit of a backseat. To pair with... Alright, 3 first-time players. One of them's a Monk, one of them's a Druid, one of them's a Ranger. So because those are all Wisdom classes, I'd say not a Wisdom class. Is the first thought. Though there's no real conflict. Like, if anything, all of you being Wisdom would actually be better for syncing up ability drain stuff. You've got frontliners covered with the Monk, and if the Druid wild shapes, and if the Ranger does melee stuff. Play Bard. Yeah, I'm with Roxy here. Play a Bard. Because that'll allow you to be flexible. If you play Lore Bard, you can cutting words to make their stuff land more, if you want them to have that dopamine rush of, hey, my ability worked. For the same reason you could play a Divination Wizard to make sure their stuff lands. And you got all the Bard kit. Do whatever you want it to do. Make sure I'm not that talking one with charisma. Even if you have the charisma, let them do the talking. You could also just play a low charisma Bard. Take silence here. I guess I could replace one of these for Ensnaring Strike, but like, I don't need to do that. Alright, now we take Druid. don't really want to lose resistance. I guess I could give up guidance and just switch on the amulet as necessary. Am I still going spores? Or am I going stars? I'm going spores. Yeah, I'm good with that. It's your spell save DC, I'd still take Charisma. You can get high spell save DC without having good Charisma. Pretty silly to play a support style bard without spellcasting stat, and maybe if you don't know how to boost your spell save DC outside of your spellcasting stat. I did a duo with Mark the Power Hour some time ago now. We called it Pacifist Heroes, where we were both support characters who were not allowed to directly do damage. We had to support allies, we had to support summons, and my character's build was a multi-class of Cleric and Wizard, and I had low casting stats. I was still able to have in the mid-20s for my spell save DC on my wisdom stat of 8. Playing a game with friends, not a challenge run? How does that change anything I said? Doesn't change the fact that you can still get high spell save DC without having a high casting stat. For support bard, you say which subclass you liked. You usually think glamour. I mentioned lore because of the cutting words feature. Cutting words allows you to expend a reaction and a bardic inspiration die to apply a debuff to the roll of an enemy. So you could either, if they're doing an attack and you're like, I'd prefer if that rolled lower, you can try to lower it. If they're rolling a saving throw, you can try to lower their result, which can combine well with, like, let's say the druid is wild shaping and they're trying to do, like, I don't know, their owlbear make everyone afraid thing. You could be like, actually, you rolled 1d8 lower. Possible, yes, but come on, silly to purposely give yourself. It's not gipping yourself, though, especially when your allies have pick up best gear. So, like, it's not gipping yourself. This is a you issue on the framing of this. Stroking yourselves off about it not being necessary isn't really helpful. You can beat the game at level 1. And I am talking about the value of a stat in a situation where someone specifically mentioned that they don't want to be the party face. And if playing with first-time players, I think it wouldn't necessarily be a bad decision to purposely put yourself in a position where it's like, sorry, I shouldn't do the talking. I don't have good charisma. You do it, though. I'll go with whatever you decide. So let's talk about why low charisma isn't necessarily a stroking yourself off thing. Again, you can get a piece of gear that gives you arcane acuity as soon as you have access to Act 2. There's 4 of them, so enough for a full party. 3 of them in the hat slot, 1 of them in the glove slot. Arcane acuity, when fully stacked, gives you the impact of getting plus 20 to your spellcasting stat. Plus 20, not setting you to 20, 20 additional. So even if you had 8 charisma, it doesn't matter. Cost of 1 gear slot, by the way. And when you are pulling the points from charisma, you're able to put them somewhere else. So let's say you wanted more constitution to account for players making less optimal decisions and having more of an HP buffer. You can do that. You could have strength, dexterity, and constitution well rounded out, because strength is good on every character, dexterity is good on every character, constitution is good if you expect to be taking damage. That leaves you enough points to have acceptable charisma. You don't necessarily need to bottom it out. You could bottom it out further if for some reason something about your build wanted intelligence or wisdom, which isn't common, but you could keep your charisma this low with absolutely no tangible downsides. The pure metagame knowledge strategy is not the way to go in style games after just me. So, like, this is a person who came into the chat specifically asking what can support players who are on their first time through, and specifically mentioning, and correct me if I'm wrong speaking for you at any point here, Manacactus, they wanted to take a back seat. So why would I, as someone being asked this question who does have that game knowledge, tell someone who has been through the game before but wants to support people who haven't? Why would I tell them to play as if they haven't played the game before? Why would I intentionally give a dumber answer? Because that backseat part, that's not backseating at all. That is their build in the game with 3 other people. I didn't recommend taking something at the expense of the other characters in the game. I didn't recommend doing unconventional routing that would lock the other players out of being able to make their decisions. I even specifically mentioned that there are 4 Arcane Acuity gear pieces, all of which are in Act 2, all of which have the gear cost of 1 slot, and they set you up just fine. Like, how is any of that backseating? What you're actually doing here is projecting that you don't like a particular playstyle, it's unconventional, it doesn't fit into your preconceived views of how a character should work, so that's a challenge runner doing weird shit, and that shouldn't go in a casual run. That's what you're doing. That's nothing about that's, you know, backseating. Can you stop trying to knock over my monitor? Thank you. I appreciate that. Backseating with his friend. So, specify. What about taking a lower charisma stat on a bard and then letting the other players make decisions without your input? What about that as backseating? Please elaborate. I would like to hear. Nothing low charisma stat isn't necessary for that. So, going back to the other thing I said that you ignored, weirdly, I suggested taking low charisma would be a way to encourage the other players to do the dialogues, so that they wouldn't necessarily be like, hey, party's bard, you go do the talking. Because again, this is a person who's been through before and wants the other players to make the decisions and have their first experience. Ask that since I feel that having 22 charisma will 100% get them to ask me to do it, and I agree with that, which is why I suggested the possibility of going lower on the charisma.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
What are you doing? He's a good boy. A little animated today. It's made her strong and silent. Not really silent today, is he? But, yeah. Sure, hey, you do the talking work in my game, guess we gotta dump stats instead of saying 4 words to our friends. So, like, I guess we're now out here pretending that making decisions that encourage other people to make their own decisions is now backseating. Alright, cool. Words don't mean things anymore. Gotcha. I gotta fix my hotbar here. Do that. And we go heat metal. What do I want for my second spell, actually? That's a good question. I guess Moonbeam? When in doubt, Moonbeam. Hey Andy, how you doing? Gonna go there. I guess I got a lot of my resources back from this respec, so I don't really need to do that rest I was considering anymore. That works out nicely. Backseat for me, I mean a walk behind so I don't start any convo or fight. And I think we were on the same page that having higher charisma would cause people who know how dialogue checks work to be like, hey, person with higher charisma, you have better chances succeeding checks, so you should do the talking. And if the person with the high charisma is the singular person who does not want to do the talking, counterproductive. You could absolutely talk among the party and be like, hey, I'm gonna have this stat, but I'm still not doing the dialogue. But that might cause players to be like, why? So I go my spellcasting here, third level. Okay. Can do this. This. Okay, Shield of Faith. I want you to experience the game. Guess my group's pretty chill, not worried about getting every interaction perfect. It's been chaos and very fun. People are individuals. Your friend group is not their friend group, and I know none of you, so.
At the ready.
But we both offer a different perspective. I ain't arguing with you. But you were arguing when you said it'd be stupid to not take charisma.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now. I've got the noble stock.
And then you deliberately moved the goalposts 3 separate times after that. You know, okay. That's silly, not stupid. Oh, so you used a different word to still be wrong. My apologies. Just offering my opinion? Yeah, you're free to do so.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Is time.
Have a good one, Mana Cactus.
These boots have seen everything.
So what do I want to do now? I'm still on Bloodlust. I was thinking about doing a Poison Res Elixir and just standing in a Cloud Kill. That strat works a little bit better on stars than on spores, because Unbreakable Concentration. Let's go back to Harmonium Halberd, get the 7 Wisdom. Lower DC Heat Metal. We can kind of effectively fight in Moonrise now. I gotta make sure I unequip that and re-equip. Get my DR. Still haven't claimed the crush spot, right? Try to save that one for 10. I'm not terribly far off. Let's scroll up because I think I missed some messages. Yeah, Shoop suggested you could do Druid or Cleric to fill a support role. Yeah. Good suggestions there.
I don't.
I do.
Can't slow down.
Let's check Mattis. I am kind of low on some of my consumables.
I have something to ask.
Oh, is Barkus here or is he bugged?
Welcome back.
I did do things in a weird order.
Looking for something in particular?
I'm pretty low on gold. Bought that globe that I completely forgot I wanted to use on the portal for memes.
Premium trinkets and doodads.
Yeah, Barkus is not bugged. Hey, Lumbercamp. Got some nice heat metal action yet? Yeah, we've done some spicy things with it so far. Trying to figure out which fight I'm gonna pick now to do a little bit more. Like, there's plenty of things we could fight that don't have metal on them. But not too many that do. Like, I've already done the library fight in the Gauntlet of Shar. I've done the entrance fight. I haven't done the big one, where the Crusader spawns and stuff, but I think I want to be a little tankier for that. Maybe? Possibly? I guess we could fight some more in Moonrise.
Good man.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Yeah, let's go there. Now that I have Hunter levels, not only do I have extra attack, but I have Wardbreaker. Wardbreaker, Bloodlust, and Halo of Spores is just kind of all of the action economy, all at once. Would throwing good weapons at an enemy that doesn't usually have metal on them be a valid strat? They would have to equip it. That'd be the issue. And they'll only be willing to equip weapons like that if they don't have one on them already. You don't have metal. You do, but you're the one I want to shove off the roof more.
Witnessed assaulting.
Was I? I think I was.
What's in here?
I'll try to get 28 AC for that fight, so I don't have to think too much. I prefer going lower than that and then just being tanky. Like, Rippling Force Mail. Plus Blade Ward makes it so they can't damage you when you're fully stacked. Or, you don't even have to be fully stacked at that point. You just need 6 stacks of 7. If you have Heavy Armor Master, then you only need 4 stacks.
Can't risk being in open view.
Witnessed assaulting some.
Alright, I low-rolled Chromatic Orb. Actual min damage? No, not quite min damage. Yeah. Pretty low. No metal. Hit me. You.
Never wanted the easy path.
Would Ring of Absolute Force have gotten the kill there? That would have been... exactly enough? Yeah. That would have been exactly enough. Okay, how much HP did it have left? So that would have been 7, 14 total. Minus that. No, that would have been enough. Would have been close though. And yes, no, enemies would then have to expend the action to equip the item. And that would be an issue, because that would require them getting a turn. And that would be me waiting to do something instead of doing something. So I most likely wouldn't end up doing that. Here's a question. Should I go down to 2 wisdom now? Or should I ensure that I have it for the act finale? Because I really do want to make sure that I don't accidentally disarm Merkel.
Can't keep me out.
Let me actually look up Apostle of Merkel's stat block real quick. Second. No, I'm not trying to look at the Prostate Destroyer. I opened the wrong tab. +6 con. Doesn't have proficiency, because paladins suck. +6. DC currently? 10? Still be a chance that he succeeds. want to accidentally disarm Merkel. So, I want to click Heat Metal at him. And if he fails the first saving throw, he drops his weapon. And a fun fact about Merkel, if you disarm him, he's stronger. Because he'll switch from using a scythe attack to using a claw attack. And that claw attack has bonus cold damage, and also applies chilled. Chilled is vulnerability to cold damage. Merkel does not have a way of neutralizing your slashing, radiant, or necrotic resistances, but does have a way of neutralizing your cold resistance. So even if you go in with resist to avoid getting made vulnerable, and you cancel out to neutral, he's still hitting you harder than he would have with his weapon. How you doing, Exile?
Breathe quiet. Move with care. These boots have seen everything.
Funny how God of Death is not immune to necrotic. Yeah, it's almost like people have constantly overstated how resisted necrotic and poison damage are throughout the entire game. Valerian was actually pretty thoughtful in making it, making them very reliable. That minor illusion. What am I doing? That's fine. It's pretty stylish. The one, I don't have a mods command set up for this run. I'm not really running anything gameplay affecting. It's all meme stuff and cosmetic stuff. The only one that you'd be able to tell right now is I can see my reaction point on my UI. It's fun.
Time to skulk about.
Friend who plays Giant Bark tried throwing daggers in Air Mister instead of his melee weapon. Thanks you for good advice. Let's go. Glad it worked out. Love that reaction point UI thing. Yeah, I just like having... Like, it's weird that it's not on there. There's other resources that are kind of invisible that don't go on there. Like, I think there's a mod that does the same thing for sneak attack. I'm better at keeping track of my sneak attack, so that one's not really relevant to me, but something I thought about. Oh, hey.
Well, Quag has failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
I didn't go into the prison. I'm surprised you're here. I didn't go into the prism yet. I guess it's because Voss is dead. He was in disbelief at first, though. He was like, how the fuck did someone come up with this? And I think that's another good example of always encourage people to get out of their boxes. Whether it's encouraging them to throw things that they didn't think of throwing, whether it's encouraging people to take stat blocks that they are very obstinate in not taking.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Always options. I can do Horde Breaker bussy stuff here. Haggard Crush? That's not the trigger, though. The trigger in a normal run where you're doing things organically, I at least was under the impression that it was go into the prism. It might simply be make Wargas perma-hostile. Have the baddest. I do. I do. We can baddest. Rare Quag surprise moment. It's why it pays to have good initiative. I wasn't expecting them to be there. But I was ready for it.
Need to find a way forward.
Of course. Of course. Crunch. The thing I like the most about the chocolate mod is the initiative is vastly nerfed by alert, only +1, and initiative being dex and int, not only dex. I don't really like that because alert is rarely valued appropriately in terms of it being called overpowered or it being called bad. Like, the truth is definitely in the middle because, like, +5 initiative on a d4 initiative die is quite good, but it by itself is not helping against some of the game's more impactful threats. Like, if I walked into the Yurgir fight accidentally, I have a 25% chance of not going second with my current stats. And actually, depending on his dex, might not even have that. Because if we dex tie, he still goes first. So, like, it's not enough by itself. I still have to invest into that. So, I don't really like balancing philosophies that go, hey, let's make alert never worth taking ever, because a feat for +1 initiative is garbage. Since at that point, take the dex ASI. It's the same thing, but does more stuff. Or, in this case, you mentioned the initiative includes intelligence. You could take the intelligence ASI. Not being surprised. There's a single-digit number of places in the game where you even can be surprised. Like, even me walking into this encounter, I wouldn't have been surprised. It'd be like the oozes in Grimforge, the mephits in Grimforge, destroying a chandelier while fighting Wargas. The ooze and animated armor in Act 2, making it not useless like vanilla. But int isn't useless in vanilla. If you are an int class, it's desirable. Like if you're a wizard, if you're an arcane archer. Sometimes if you're an Eldritch Knight or arcane trickster. Goblins and Blighted Village are the real threats. I mean, I suppose that, yeah. Sure. Orgaz and Peacegas. Peacegas, new tab name just dropped. That's an absolute banger. But like, here's the thing. Outsourcing some of dexterity's value to intelligence and completely gutting alert doesn't make balance better. It makes it worse because now you have even more stats you're having to juggle. And let's look at classes that already are juggling a ton of stats. Let's look at monks, for example. Say you're playing an open hand monk. You want strength because it's damage, accuracy, ability to move people around, jump distance, saving throws, carry weight. All of those are relevant. You want dexterity because that's initiative, armor class, saving throws, ranged weapons if you're doing that. And monks are good with hand crossbows, so that's relevant there. You want wisdom for your manifestation damage. You want constitution if you plan on ever being hit. So that's monk already after 4 stats. The only one they can safely dump is charisma, but like let's say you're in a solo scenario where you care a lot about your vendor prices and dialogue checks, even then dumping charisma can sometimes be awkward. At that point, adding intelligence on top of that is like, okay, some classes arbitrarily need to have investment in every stat now. It's like, that seems weirdly punishing. And also, again, gutting alert to +1 makes no sense, because then it becomes a never pick. Chocolate's way harder? I mean, I wouldn't say way harder. I would say that's bad design. Things can be harder because of bad design, but I'd say that's bad design. And similarly on the other side of the spectrum, where people playing with like the D20 initiative mod will then talk about how, oh, well, alert is now balanced because it's +5 on a D20, and it's like, no, alert is either similarly valuable or completely worthless depending on point in the game at that point. Like, alert becomes completely worthless in the early game, where it slightly improves your chances at the cost of your singular feat, so then it's not desirable. But then in the late game, once you have access to enough initiative gear to crowbar your way to a point where you can be running around with +16 on a D20 initiative die to guarantee yourself a position, alert then once again becomes valuable because you're able to then start swapping off some of those pieces that you committed to do so. So it's like, there's a lot of fan interpretations of alert is too bad, alert is too good, and all of them are wrong. Alert's well balanced. Warped Headband becomes one of the best items in the game. Yeah, Warped Headband becomes you grab it and you don't take it off until your initiative situation is completely sorted. Kind of like the idea of greater of interdex impacting initiative.
Time to press ahead.
I like the idea of a class feature that allows you to make that decision, rather than it being a game-wide thing. Because that also puts you in a position where it's like, okay, your rangers now want intelligence. It's like, but what else do they use it for? Nothing. You just lose stats. Like, I don't like it. Subjective, but it seems like one of those changes made off of vibes and preference rather than like good game design. It's just me, though. I mean, I may as well do more Ratus Batus, right? I got more oil of combustion. Balthazar's Moon Lantern now, too. Throw this in there.
Don't want to draw any attention. We're lost. Very well. Time for some bloody work.
I did that in an inefficient order, so that I could still have the opportunity to heat metal. DC 11 too high. The rolling disadvantage. Didn't even know they handled initiative differently. That's cool. Yeah, in BG3, initiative is on a D4 rather than a D20, and there are no means to modify that die outside of specific initiative increases and your dexterity modifier. It means there's no means to get advantage or disadvantage on your initiative. That means Jack of all trades and Remarkable Athlete do not apply to it. This begs the question, does it apply to enemy too? Like, Gish suddenly is best initiative of Raiders at the bottom, or I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah, like, does that mean it's literally impossible to beat Elminster in initiative at that point? Because bro has alert, decent dex, and incredibly high intelligence? How does that work? Does that mean you can't beat Answer in initiative either? Without using, like, every initiative piece in the game? Enemies have vanilla initiative, so it's a straight nerf to the player. But it's not a straight nerf to the player. So, like, is the alert feature not affected for enemies? Do they have the same one that's +5 initiative? Correct? So... Alright, now I have even more questions. What was the point? Classic rap by Bussy. Let's be real here, we're just throwing out milkers off a bridge out of combat anyway. Yeah. Storm Sorcerer good? Very. Storm Sorcerer is probably the most powerful sorcerer subclass in this game. Ways to invest hard in initiative if you want to go first against alert enemies, be ready for the first turn. So that's already how the game works, though. So it's like those AI mods that just claim to make the enemies do things they're already willing to do. I'm gonna go back to my go-to example of your gear. You need plus 12 initiative to guarantee that your gear does not have the ability to go before you. Alert by itself does not get you to plus 12 initiative. Alert plus 18 dex gets you to plus 9 initiative. You need at least one piece of initiative gear, most likely two, because only one of them gives you plus 3 at this point in the game. So how is that not how the game works already? I don't understand. Like, it's reading as the mod creator didn't want to take alert anymore, so they decided that, hey, nobody should ever take this, actually. I'm just never on board with gutting the value of something entirely like that. And changing something that didn't need to be changed to make it worse. Vigilance and alert stack for a plus 10? Yep. Oh, that begs another question. Is Elixir of Vigilance untouched in the mod? I know I could read through the notes. I think I still have that tab open. I never finished reading through. I can send that away for now. I gotta stop rat batting. This isn't a rat bat run. I gotta stop. Don't let me rat bat. Next challenge run, no rat bat. Didn't I do no rat bat? No, my previous run I definitely didn't do no rat bat. What about the one before that? What did I do before Oath of Rage? I don't remember what run was. Was that the Will one? Where am I going? I guess there's a fight here. Sure. Would you even do a challenge run of being every class in the game? I've already done that. Jack of all trades? I did it.
Cutting to the chase.
Hey Anna, how are you? What run would I consider the hardest I ever had? No hit. I would say the no hit run.
First step is the hardest.
Not because of the no hit restriction by itself. Don't get me wrong, that is definitely a restriction. But it was also heavily restricted in other regards. Like, I had to kill everything in the game with a legendary action, including Cadenas, who... And it was, Act Lock. Not Region Lock, but Act Lock. So I couldn't do the manipulation to get Cadenas killable in Act 1. So I had to kill Cadenas in Act 3. Which, there's a whole set of prep you have to do for that. I had to fight Pataris, which meant not having Blurg in Act 3, which was annoying. No tadpoles, no scrolls, no multi-classing, no respecking, no use of temporary followers. So there was a lot. Hey, Chutok. Was it a ranked run? No. Yeah, it was Tenacity before Oath of Rage. Thank you, Cindy. Is it on YouTube? Yeah, all my runs are on YouTube. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that no immunities idea. That got brought up a couple times, and I still don't think I'd do no immunities. But doing a run where, like, I'm not allowed to get immunity from certain mechanics on my gear, thought about the idea of that. And that maybe would,
What do I have to lose?
serve to illustrate points that I make frequently. Like wisdom not meaningfully saving you from anything ever. Ask how come you have so many actions per turn? Sure. So I have 5 levels of Ranger with the Hunter subclass. So I have extra attack and I have the Horde Breaker feature. Also, I'm using hand crossbows. So I'm able to make a hand crossbow attack with my bonus action. I'm able to make 2 attacks with my main action, but I can make one of those attacks this Horde Breaker ability, which do like this. And now, as a free action, I can do a follow-up on any of these enemies highlighted in green for Horde Breaker. Of course, missing is part of the plan. My bonus action. Killer Bunny. Trying to run a solo Death Cleric, thinking about maximizing cantrip spell attack roll damage. Is it recommendable to go for Wisdom in this situation for accuracy? Better way to land Bone Chill, Poison, Ray, etc. aside from mid-late game gear. Something you can do if you want to avoid Wisdom investment is you could take a level in Warlock or Sorcerer and pick up Bone Chill from there. That'll be a Charisma scaling Bone Chill, and that's often a little more efficient because if you are maximizing cantrip damage, you're going Potent Robe anyway. And that scales off of Charisma. So, like, it presents you the option to trade 1 level for having all your casting stuff go off 1 stat, effectively, for the purpose of the cantrip build. Like, if you didn't take that Sorcerer or Warlock level, then you're in a place where Wisdom is your accuracy on your Bone Chill, but Charisma is your damage on your Bone Chill. So that's 2 stats you need instead of 1. You can still get by without having that Wisdom investment at all. I've been very clear constantly, like every stream, you do not need your casting stat. There's always alternatives. However, in the early game, before level 6, if you are choosing to click your cantrips a lot, the success rate will be quite bad if you don't have some casting stat investment. Level 6 is where you get Battle Mage's Power Elixirs, and then Act 2 is where you get Arcane Acuity gear, eliminating the need for the elixirs, but you don't get most of the spell attack roll gear until Act 3. So, low Wisdom Death Cleric Bone Chill is more comfortable in Act 3 because you could be running Rhapsody for +3 to your accuracy in one hand, Marco Heschker for +1 in the other hand, and have Battle Mage's Power Elixir going for another +3. So +7 definitely offsetting having the difference between maybe 16 wisdom and 8 being a swing at +4. But I did a run where I had the 1 level of Sorcerer / Warlock, and then I clicked Bone Chill from that. Reaper still works on it and everything. It's just unfortunate. Run I would look most forward to from you is a non-routing run, like casually play the game, engaging directly as much as you can handle or want. So, like, that's been a commonly requested one, but I don't even know what that would look like, because at a certain point, that would require me intentionally doing things that could kill the run and pretending as if I don't know exactly what could go wrong and when. Like, I would have to actually throw on purpose for that to work. Like, that would be things like walking around in the Shadow Curse lands without Shadow Curse protection, knowing full well I could hit one button to turn it on, and it's like, how do I do that? How do I police that? Be like, okay, I know exactly how much initiative I need to guarantee myself going first in this encounter. Let me specifically make sure that I don't have that much. It's like, can't really unlearn the game. Yeah, I don't know how I would do that. Like, I've done a run where I called it bosses get prep time, where for almost every encounter that involved a boss, I made sure that I got the most unfavorable enemy layout. So, like, most number of enemies, least number of allies was the framework of that. If there were mutually exclusive fights, I had to take the harder one. That was a run that's kind of in that spirit. Act Lock is probably closest to a casual play the game run. I would say so too, Cynic, yeah. Like, not a lot of people know that you can just go back to these other maps up through the end of Act 2. You just have access to all 3 of these. The casuals did a previous run using your maximum power and knowledge in terms of class, etc. But, like, what would that look like, Lumbercamp? I'm unsure of how that would work. Like, what's an example of something that I wouldn't be allowed to do on that run that I do normally? Not a potent rope enjoyer. I get it's the only source of spell damage in chest slot for Act 3. It's not a lot on any individual cantrip instance. I don't use it very frequently either. Like, even in runs where I could, like having positive charisma, doing Rat Bat Booming Blade stuff, that's where it gets a lot of mileage. Even then, I'm like, eh. It's damage in a slot that doesn't typically offer damage. But I use it so infrequently. Vex being right here is making me nervous. We can have a little more Rat Bat as a treat. Just a little. I go first level Warlock and the rest Cleric, and the Bone Chill from Warlock spellbook will be charisma based? Yes. Spells will always be the casting stat of the spellbook they came from, with very rare exceptions. Like, some class features that grant you abilities will go off your most recent spellcasting modifier. Like, if you take Stars Druid, and then you multiclass into, let's say, Wizard after that, your Stars form attacks, the Dragon Breath and the Archer Arrow, will both go off of your intelligence, because that's your current casting stat. But outside of things like that, things will stick to the stat of the spellbook they came from. Like here, this Bone Chill I have from Druid is Wisdom, even though my current spellcasting stat is Charisma because I multiclass into Sorcerer after. Like this Firebolt is Charisma. But this Bone Chill is still Wisdom. Restriction would be the advanced routing that 99% of players don't do, doing the most common routing even straight through. By its majority, player won't take directly or at all. If you feel you can do it, taking risks maybe with your max power restrictions like Battlements, etc. come in your judgment. So like that's something that I don't think I could... I don't think there's any way of knowing like 99% of players don't do. Because like there's plenty of things that even us experienced challenge runners have picked up from like first-time players. One of the biggest techs that comes in handy for the Apostle of Merkel fight is the fact that you can move the involucres around as if they're regular objects with high strength. That's something that none of us were doing until Flint did it on his first like on-stream run. And challenge runners watching were like, wait, that's an option? So then we started doing that. So it's like there's lots of things like that throughout the game. So, like, how do I pick out what I can and can't do? Seen some first-time players figure out crazy shit. Yeah. I think Shillelagh will use whatever caster stat is highest. I think it's highest? I don't know which one it is off the top of my head. I don't use Shillelagh often. Trade would know. So Black might know too.
Still breathing, despite everything. I don't need any attention right now.
Thanks, Shovel.
I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same.
What's hitting Shovel achieve here? Board Breaker.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah, Machine, I've seen that clickbait too. Not everyone goes the standard route. Sometimes they get super confused, do shenanigans, go completely the wrong way. It can be hilarious. Basically me and some that ask you, I imagine, want to see a master like you battling like a normal run. And I think that's based on a misconception. There is no such thing as a normal run. Everyone plays the game differently, and there is no, like, correct way of doing things. There are incorrect ways of doing certain specific things, but there's no correct way. There's no, this is the route that you do, and that's that. Like, that's just not how the game works. Like, there's no, this is the standard order for doing every encounter in the game, because the game doesn't even encourage you doing it that way. It's like, hey, you've got options. Go do stuff. This is the end point, but how you get there, up to you. Like, how do you determine what is normal? Would you want a non-wisdom shillelagh anyway? Potentially for making certain non-magical weapons magical. I don't know. Shillelagh is not something that I use often because, like, either you're doing Iron Vine Shield, Ironwood Club, or you shouldn't be using Shillelagh from an optimization perspective, but, you know.
I do. That's why we're still standing around.
So I'll run to fight every enemy on site to give a general direction to get what you're saying. Yeah, but fighting every enemy on site isn't a normal run. Because a thinking human being wouldn't, like, provided their, let's say I'm level 3, I'm out of healing potions, I'm on half health, and I see a pack of enemies that I could get the drop on, but I don't know if I could survive the fight because I have no idea what they can do. Like, I wouldn't take that fight.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
That'd be like walking into the goblin camp for the first time when you're meant to explore and quest and figure out what's happening. Like, the game directs you to infiltrate, specifically in the goblin camp and in Moonrise. That'd be like walking in the first time and immediately being like, I want all the smoke. You certainly can play the game like that, but would you call that a normal play of the game? Like, comparing that specifically to my first playthrough, this is just an individual thing, my own first playthrough, I never went to Moonrise before the Act 2 finale, because the NPCs were like, hey, it's really dangerous over there. So I was like, oh, okay, bet. Never went there. I didn't go there until my quest marker told me to go there after I freed Dame Aelin. So I didn't get any of the quests, nothing. Is that, like, normal? Getting a +3 with Shillelagh from Nature Cleric with 8 Wisdom, 16 Int. Pure class, Rolls Royce? Also wizard level? Is the wizard level after the cleric level? Because that would be what's changing the scaling.
My brothers had the dreams too.
If so.
Same as me.
The absolute forge runs
The
me
thing
loud
with
in your
Shillelagh
belly.
is it doesn't
How may I serve?
improve, it replaces scaling. Unless you have another thing that does a scaling override after it. There's an order of application for that. But, like, for example, if you have 21 strength and 16 wisdom, you click Shillelagh, your weapon gets weaker. Wizards first, cleric second. That's interesting. Yeah, so I don't know too much about how it chooses its scaler there. But that's cool. It might just be your highest one.
Sister, pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy. I never learned.
Maybe just trying to find a working Moon Lantern in Act 1 since Nier only has a broken one. Yep. Aren't they all, like, go infiltrate the towers, though? At least how I interpreted it. Yeah. But for whatever reason, this was my first playthrough, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna investigate this Night Song thing and figure out what that's like. And doing that led me to Moonrise eventually anyway, but having missed side content because I didn't do things in the order that would give me access to all of the content. Hear me out, we survey 1,000 people, find the most common paths during the game, then we stitch them together and call it the normal run. But what if we just look at whatever John Normal does and call that the normal run?
You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope. Come.
How you doing, Nico? Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna do. wanted to go get the Ring of Twilight. How normal a fighter? Yep. Some people might listen to Lae'zel and skip everything to get to the crush. I listened to Halcyon and assumed that the Mountain Pass was mutually exclusive with the Shadow Curse lands, so I skipped the Mountain Pass. I didn't go back to do the Mountain Pass until a friend was like, hey, you should go back and do that map. It doesn't lock you out of anything. I think you've played and watched enough to have a very good idea of what a variety streamer first run full party balance difficulty would commonly do in terms of routing. Everyone's different general ideas there, but like, that's not how people work. People are individuals. People make different decisions, and there is no, like, standard. It doesn't exist. Even on, like, the Nautiloid, for example. Some people would click on the button to free Shadowheart, and then they'd be really creeped out by the narrator being like, hey, this is some weird shit, you want to do it? Some people would be like, actually, no, a thing just crawled in my eye, I don't know the consequences of this, I'm not going to do that. Then that has the ripple effect of, okay, Shadowheart is not unconscious on the beach there, she's banging on the door. And if you click the wrong dialogue options there, it goes hostile. And then that means, if you make Shadowheart perma-hostile, then, well, she's dead. That's a companion deleted from the game. You don't get any of her storyline, you don't get the potential endgame ally of Viconia if you were ever going to go that route, but you don't get her Act 3 story at all, which means you never get anyone directing you to go to the House of Grief in Act 3, which means you miss out on all quests, features, and gear there. Like, it's a snowball effect. There is no standard. There is no uniform. There is no what a person would most likely do, even. Not saving Gale, yeah. A lot of Dirge players first time will imagine cutting off the hand because that language is not saying that you will cut off the hand. But they'll do it and be like, oh man, that's crazy. I wonder what consequences this has. And the answer is functionally nothing except deleting Gale from the game. Some people will bring Lae'zel with them to every encounter with Githyanki, and then almost every time you go to Githyanki with Lae'zel, almost every time she makes it worse. There's 2 times where she doesn't. First time being she can get you in the front door of the Crush without dialogue checks. Second time being there is a intimidation option for the Act 3 Githyanki boss. Where Lae'zel alone has an option to talk her down and have her just leave. But outside of those 2 cases, Lae'zel being there makes shit worse. If you bring her with you to talk to Voss in Act 1, you have to roll more checks to not get into what is probably the most dangerous fight in the game up to that point. If you make sufficiently wrong decisions there, she is an additional enemy you have to fight there. If you bring her to Wargaz and you make the wrong decisions, or you try to leave the room after you've walked in, she goes hostile. Like, there's a lot of things like that that have far-reaching consequences that I don't think you could consider being that weird for people to go either way on, you know? My first playthrough is more true to an actual D&D playthrough, but a terrible gamer playthrough. Best way to do it, honestly, you can never go back to that. I think that's a matter of opinion, because, like, for me, I've always tried to view this video game as a video game, because it is one. And it's kind of like how when you're consuming any sort of storytelling, like whether you are watching a movie, reading a book, reading a manga, listening to a song, any sort of story being told, it is going to be told differently, received differently. Different things are going to have emphasis depending on what the medium is, right? So you could have something that's setting out to tell you the same story, but you get an entirely different read on whether it's certain story beats or the thing in its totality, depending on how you consumed it. This is why you see so much discourse on video game or movie adaptations of books, on anime adaptations of manga, TV series or film adaptations of comic books. There's going to be fundamental differences in how you can or do the story. So the same thing is kind of true of BG3 as a video game versus BG3 if it were played as a tabletop campaign. It would be different because they are different things. We wouldn't get Grimskull Helm before any relevant fight in the game with advanced routing, for example. Kind of things I'm talking. Freedom to be on your side, minor routing. But, like, what is minor? This is the point that I think isn't going across. Like, okay, Ethel is completely inconsequential to the main plot. But stat-wise, like, getting the hag hair is a pretty big deal. So, do I just have to pretend that I don't know hag hair exists? Like, do I have to pretend that I don't know which things can cast Hold Person in Act 1, and I'm not allowed to route to go get Guileful Movement? So I just have to, like, unga-bunga things as I find them and hope that I don't get a saving throw that just ends the game? Like, what you're asking for doesn't work. Because if you're saying that, like, minor routing is up to me, or maybe how I handle a combat is up to me, then okay, I just take fights in a stupid order, and I do things that people would consider cheesy as hell. Like, if I have to take fights where someone can cast Hold Person without Hold Person immunity, okay, I switch to my no-hit strats. Switch to my no-hit run strats, and it's like, yeah, I'll fight Ethel standing behind the door to her lab the entire time. Like, how interesting is that in the end? You should go back and watch old solo runs before you know about all current strats. Yeah, a lot of my earlier runs, I had very different takes on mechanics, routing. I would say that I've learned a lot, and my position on certain things has softened and also gotten more firm. There's a few people here who watch some of the old runs. David was mentioning watching my my first wizard run that I did the other day. I don't know if you're here, David. Sorry to invoke you like this, but was asking if some of my opinions are the same, and I think it's interesting to examine that stuff. But, like, fundamentally, I can't unlearn the game.
Bet I can crack that open.
I can, to some extent, restrict the order in which I do things, and that's like act lock, region lock. Watching my first solo honor on Act 2 currently, best content on Earth. So, like, big things about that, I made sure for my first solo honor, well, one, it was my first honor run, period. Like, I have never done full party honor, by the way. I was doing tactician solos when honor mode came out, and I just switched to doing solo honor immediately. But also, I made sure specifically to not look at what any of the legendary actions did. The only ones I ended up having knowledge on ahead of time were the brain, and I think there was a second one, but I don't remember what it was. But the brain specifically, I did have advanced knowledge on. But it was like completely blind on those mechanics and such. The game has also changed. It has been updated. A rule of thumb is that I always have a reason for my character knowing something, for example, knowing Ethel is a hag and so on. Do that you didn't inspect, didn't know before the fight. I didn't know before the fight. Like, I didn't know before I could actually go click inspect on whatever it is. So that's why I lost my first ever attempt to Merkel, because I didn't know about the mechanics of it being a war of attrition. I didn't know about that. So I lost. But, like, asking me to play the same way now that I know that information, it's not a thing that could work. At least to me.
Never a dull moment.
All I needed to pin Ethel as a hag was being a DM. They give you a lot of context clues, too. I'm gonna figure it out in a couple minutes of talking to people in the Grove. I'm gonna try the heavy chest method for Burkle, so I do it once it's mind blown. I picked that up from Kaylee. She used that as part of one of her no-hit strats. And this is something that Kaylee has also agreed to as someone who runs, like, heavily restrictive rule sets. Once you do a run like a no-hit, it becomes really difficult to sort of deprogram yourself and going back to playing the game normally. We were having this convo last time I raided her, I believe, or the time before. Where, like, how do you go back? Because as soon as you know the ins and outs of how a particular enemy's AI behaves in every situation that you have ever been put into with it, it's like, okay, there's no mystery of, oh, I wonder if it can hit me. You know exactly whether it can hit you or not. Do you even go back to full party? No. There's nothing that could make me play full party. There's no difficulty mod that would make it difficult enough. I would even go as far as saying there is no difficulty mod that exists that can't be soloed. Like, I have no reason to ever play full party, unless I wanted to hear the dialogue. Remember the run after the no looting one? Yeah, that was wild. I guess I should have Armor of Agatha, so. Wanna know my ins and outs? Ayo. Yes. Be clear. Anyway, this is a good conversation. I don't want to seem like I'm forcefully shooting things down or anything. Just animated.
Softer than a whisper. Should mind my step.
Are you cute? No, you. Got him. It's enough AC, I guess.
Trespasser. Merkel's fat lapdog.
Should I go over here? Stinking pile of ogre after.
Assemblage. You should never come.
Quag spam. Hey, Kara. Did a challenge run and ultra kill specifically to improve my gameplay. I was bad at parrying attacks, so I did a challenge run where I did nothing but parry and heavy punch. Not capable of really P ranking, like pranking. One of the two super boss in the game with only melee attacks. Well, why don't you parry this? It's my respect and appreciation. And got him. We're quagging, straight up quagging it. Expect these guys to be immune to poison? Well, that's the thing. If you see Balthazar fight them, Balthazar uses this exact strat, Cloud Kill. Balthazar and his side are immune to Cloud Kill. They're immune to poison completely. Okay, bye forever again. Bye forever. So, of course, poison works here. Poison is not resisted or immune nearly as often as, like, Reddit would have you believe. More Quiglin today than Quaggin? Respect, Kels. Different strokes. Sometimes several. With a Gatorade after, of course. Yeah, like, speaking of Act 2 mobs, you're looking at the zombies in the morgue, the shadows, the animated armor, Ketherick and Merkel, any of Balthazar's skeletons, and Balthazar himself, flesh. They're all poison immune. Necromites, I guess, poison immune. But, like, all of Moonrise, poison's fully effective against them. Again, with the exception of Ketherick, Necromites, Death Shepherd. There's, like, one Dwergar, two Dwergar. They resist it, they're not immune. There's one Halfling who resisted. Hey, CT. Going just in time for one of my favorite fights? Hell yeah. Speaking of Moonrise, if you guys didn't catch Seedsy's last stream, it was hype as hell. The reason why you know Seedsy's legit, other than him just being a real one, is bro accidentally aggroed all of Moonrise and was like, fuck it. I'll kill them all. And he did. Like, all of Moonrise. They came down to the prison. He killed everyone. This was like the warden, this was the guards outside, the guards in the front, everyone. This is his first auto run that's gotten this far, by the way. Sometimes the answer is fuck it, we ball. Yes, it is. Bro, what are you attacking? Said I hate furniture. Tony. Change your name. Yeah, crash course on this fight. This guy's the only one in the room who can hit me. Aggroed them all and didn't even die. How's that possible? Having a lot of resources, making good decisions turn to turn, a little bit of luck. Not gonna lie, a little bit of luck, but making good decisions, spending resources appropriately. It was a masterclass on use of darkness and oil of combustion to thin out crowds that you didn't expect would be there. Made really good plays. Gotta ask, how does poison work on suits of animated armor? I forgot I'm not hastened anymore, so they can't actually hit me. 28's what you need. Just gotta change my gloves. But yeah, these guys are not poison resistant because Balthazar uses poison here. And that's the only explanation I got for you. Okay, now we're unhittable. When the haste wears off. Except for this guy. But all ability drain. Rust the armor? I don't know. I guess so. But let me list off things poison is good for in Act 2. This encounter. Malice Thorm. Visibald Thorm. I wouldn't call it good for Garangoth Thorm, but it's a Garangoth Thorm. It's an option. It's good for the Shambling Mound. It's good for Moonrise. It's good for the Githyanki. Good for the Meanlocks. It's good for the Measles. It's good for portal defense. The only ones there that won't be affected by the poison are the shadows, but those all spawn from the right side, whereas everything else comes from the left side. I guess the Shadow Creepers won't be affected either. Probably. I don't remember if they're immune or not. But they have 10 HP, so like, who cares? You're down to +3. Proficient with your weapon. Non-magical. So, attacking with +8. You can hit me if you roll a 20 still. I gotta lower his accuracy by one more bracket. Or get one more AC. Equipping the shoes from Mattis would have been the play, but I haven't bought those yet. Cloud Kill Concentrated Blast is a favorite combo of mine. For whatever reason, Cloud Kill is weird, and breaking your concentration on it still allows you to use the recast for that turn, and then that'll restart your concentration. Wait, repeat that. So, if you break your concentration on Cloud Kill, but you still have the recast ability, you can recast it even if your concentration's broken. Recast? I didn't say freecast, I said recast. So like, for example here. Concentrated Blast. I'm no longer concentrating on Cloud Kill. But I still have the recast over here. I'm now once again concentrating on Cloud Kill. Don't know why it works that way. I don't know of anything else that works that way. Alright, now you can't hit me. Now my concentration's over. But I still have 8 turns of this Cloud Kill, I just don't have the recast effect anymore. So basically you could use that to get an additional 9 turns out of your Cloud Kill. It's just for those final 9 turns you won't have the ability to reposition it anymore. I haven't tried extended spell Cloud Kill that I can remember. I probably have done it, I just don't remember. That's probably pretty good. I know extended Sunbeam and Call Lightning are silly, because just having 20 turns of that recast on every action is gross. I had like 1/4 sip left in my mug there.
Gotta find somewhere to camp.
Alright. Bathroom real quick. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Hello. My theory is it's because Cloud Kill's obscured area, they let you cancel so you can reposition without taking damage. That makes sense to me. It's like, what's the closest equivalent? Moonbeam, but Moonbeam is far smaller and doesn't obscure. So the risk of you hurting yourself is a lot lower. All Lightning, also smaller, and isn't persistent. We're in the neighborhood. Let's go deal with Cloaker. I've been selling my Drow Poison and I need to stop doing that. I have to make some. Whole thing. Do I have water? I'm sorry, Sora? Did I miss something? I suppose I can't say that you're wrong. I'm not an authority on that. But, huh? Had to break the ice, so to speak. Always a banger from you. I'm never disappointed. Two beers back to back? Why did you put the beers back to back instead of putting them in your hands? Is it gay if you put them front to front? That's why I make sure to do it every time. So, yeah. Make sure when you go to the bar, you order your beers extra gay. They'll know what that means. I can actually do the throne room now.
They say the general rewards them as serving well.
Right.
I did it all. You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
You have...
Enough! I'm so...
Try it. Or better...
Of course, you heard the general.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do anything.
The seat of the Absolute's power.
I wonder if there's merit to skipping through that fast enough for Ketherick to still be here.
His followers are flesh and blood.
He actually got the kill count on Dren. Nice.
You must learn more about his power.
It was not a necessary use of heat metal, but without sending a message. Is that Dren? That was Dren. Period. Please let me bang Zarel. A women. Missed that XP in my run. Didn't realize you need to fight them for the XP or missed the log. Yeah, you gotta fight them for the XP. Something that I discovered completely by accident in my previous run is that, for whatever reason, if you are both a paladin and a barbarian, the option to fight them yourself doesn't exist. And that sounds like something someone would make up and then spread a rumor on the fucking playground about, yeah, you could use strength on the truck and get a Mew. But I shit you not, for whatever reason, the game gets really confused about what dialogue options you're supposed to have, and you don't have one that says, fight me. I don't know why. 10,000 steps in the flowers for Celebi, by the way. How much do I care about the inside here? I guess an amount.
Remember your place. Is to serve those who bring it into being.
I will not forget this.
Disguise is sharp. I don't actually know guidance anymore. So I gotta do that. Let's get detect thoughts on. Actually, we go enhance ability here.
As you say, it is disciple.
Yeah, that's better.
General Thorm's prayers and
Even you, disciples?
excellent. The goblin, no.
Her mind tongues.
I see you like to handle underlings.
She every emotion soaks in.
Course, she gave me every. That's it. Play along. But we have lost contact with him. Go there. It is.
She's suddenly nervous, on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
And rolled good. Awesome.
General Thorm will not leave.
Should be giving me more support.
Talk to the. But
So if you succeed that, then Lantar has an inventory expansion. That's some gear that I like. I don't know if we'll end up doing Dwarven Splint, but having the option is nice. How much strength you need to throw a half-orc? 26, I believe. It's either 24 or 26. Yeah, they big.
Yes, you did.
Do I need anything from the full Lantarv inventory? Need? No. I might end up using, Dwarven Splint, maybe.
Took a liking to you, did she?
Partially for vibes. I just like the idea of a dwarf wearing Dwarven Splint, you know? Certainly not better than DJ Halfplate. But it's there. Render of Mind and Body is a cool weapon. Like, this is technically one more AC. But less DR. More Constitution for the funny HP number, I guess. More info, look up Lantarv expansion. Oh, should I turn Safe Search off? Sometimes you have to do that to get the right results. Playmat looks juicy. It's pretty good. It doesn't have the damage reduction of some other ones. That's like its only weakness, but it's got good AC. Helps your strength checks, gives you some constitution. And it's so expensive that Lantarv is basically guaranteed to drop it when you kill him, as long as you have made it so he sells it.
Just out of view. Alright, time to skulk about. Keeping my head down.
You were witnessed assault.
I forgot to prep heat metal again. Yeah. She doesn't want to get small. Which I feel is a character flaw.
There's an illicit parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Still rap that? No, I didn't rap that. I don't know what you mean. Never happened. You sound crazy right now, Adric. But I don't see the rat bat on any tier lists, so would I really be using it? Hmm?
Better be cautious.
Rap, I got it. She rapped my bat till I crit. Hell yeah, gamer.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Wait 6 seconds here.
You're headed for the cells.
Time for mercy.
I took some armor of Agatha's damage. Action economy.
Don't waste a step.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, they go chips.
I'm done. Can't wait to sleep.
Having resistance was nice there. Took 9 damage instead of 30 thanks to resistance plus reduction.
Very well.
Ever at your service.
Ever at your cervix. I'll be excited to get Sunbeam Scrolls once I get the 2nd Sorcerer level. Oh? What's up? What happened? almost missed that one. Can't relate. I'm especially mature today.
An honor.
What's the cervix? I don't know control, but as men it's our duty to pass legislation to regulate it. Who's with me? Just spit out my drink. Sorry, CC. Possible to play honor mode without multiclass? Yes. There's plenty of cases where multiclassing makes you weaker than single classing would. Great example, fighters are stronger pure class than multiclass, with the exception of 11-1 splits. And even then, most of those aren't better than going 12 fighter. Rogues are generally stronger pure class than multi-class. So there are cases for fighter dips, there's cases for rogue dips. Lots of builds you can do. Selma. The prone build, I was thinking that in Act 3 I'd swap out and Transient Warhammer for Clown Hammer. Clown Hammer effect's just worse. +2 versus non-magical though. I guess with Clown Hammer you could make their saving throws worse for it, right? Because they have to do a wisdom save. And as long as you keep clown makeup on, you'll never have to roll it. I guess just make sure not to get wet. Like, I feel like Clown Hammer could be pretty good. With Resonance Stone. Should be happening consistently. I guess that doesn't work for that one. I guess something to be aware of is, Kitty's laughter isn't always counted as prone, just like how knocked down isn't always counted as prone.
That's curious.
Wonder how many increasingly more concerning comments I have to give? Sora. The concern has been standing. The concern has been there for a while now.
Have to keep going.
Transgate works on kill and crit, though. The save's worse, has more opportunity, also prone being better than Hideous Laughter is another thing. Yeah, that's true. Kill and crit is definitely more applicable. Like, it lets you use fodder summons and things, right? Does it apply to weapons other than itself? Like while it's equipped? I always forget that detail. Wiki says no, but I don't do wielding anyway. Gotcha. Wonder how it would be with Horde Breaker. Because, like, those invisible attack rolls, I think those are capable of critting. I guess the thing you could do is, like, for either of these weapons, you could take an assassin dip. But obviously that's very limited in its applications. I'll get Symbiotic up again. Let's also get a light going. And we'll switch over to Flesh Melter Cloak. Okay. Get out of there. What are you doing? Come here. Just gonna stare at my hand. There he is. The boy. What do you want?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Okay, stay out of my trash.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That is directly and explicitly in my trash. You know what? Fine. I don't care. I do care a little bit, but there's nothing that can hurt you in there.
One day I'll catch a break.
Roll and just shovel a rogue and down Ramses' tower. Incredible. Vin is feeling spicy. Not calling him Vin. He looked up at me. He stopped what he was doing. He was like, I didn't like that. I didn't either, Kevin. Also, Entrance against AoE and on Hammer is just enemy crit. Yeah. Yeah. Survival. Bloodlust action.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
A little bit of Arcane Acuity, very popular item. Arcane Acuity is one of those things that, despite being popular, I wouldn't call it overrated. Like, there's a lot of things that are in the sphere of... You see it in YouTube, Reddit, TikTok content for this game. And Arcane Acuity stacking is one of those things, but it actually is just that good. Sentinel shield.
What's inside?
Arcane Cutie feels like cheating and I love it. I think it's pretty well balanced by the fact that it's tedious as hell to set up if you are trying to bypass the fact that it's going to cost a lot of action economy to maintain. I think that balances it out quite nicely. And also, one of the pieces being competing for your elixir slot, one of the pieces competing for your glove slot, those are highly competitive. Helmet slot, less competitive, but it still provokes thought. Here's a question for the Americans, though, and your gear. Do I go high spell save DC heat metal for that? Their fire damage isn't gonna do shit. But, like, I don't know, I could disarm them or something? I'll wait till level 10 so I have a twin spell at least, so I can do them 2 at a time. If I'm going to do that. Sorry, my joints are cracking. That was my wrist.
Stand, soldier. These do the since you are nice. I pop.
Can't risk being in open view. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Wonder what's past this.
Oh, what's up? Spike Bulb unlocks doors? Not directly. So here's what happened there. See this lever? This lever unlocked the door. But I threw a spike bulb so that it hit that lever through the door. So there's a lot of doors and such where you can open them with certain AoEs as long as you know that where the switch, whether it's a button, whether it's a lever, as long as you know where it is, you can AoE it through a wall or door to open the door from, like, the wrong side.
With haste.
These 2 locked doors are DC 30, so instead of spending time picking the locks, I just throw spike bulbs to flip the levers on the other side.
This calls for careful footwork.
Why does piercing shot sometimes show 2 like that? It doesn't seem to work the way, like, Rat Bat does, where failing 1 applies it. Because succeeded and then failed in that order didn't happen, but I don't know why it does that. It's not the first time I've seen that happen. It's a mystery. extra reach real nice here.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like the extra reach weapons on the reduced movement races, because it does alleviate the burden of lesser movement speed, because you can attack from a little farther away. You can retreat a little bit more easily. I don't think that's something I've ever made an explicit recommendation on, but consider this my endorsement of doing halberds, pikes, glaives on dwarves, halflings, and gnomes. .7K. Still a chunk. Been so scared, don't equip my shield in solo honor. It can be scary. So, like, the reason why I'm so comfortable running around with 20 AC here is partially because I'm using effects that, you know, I want enemies to hit me, at least if they're melee, because they'll take damage. But also, I have a lot of HP right now. Having a lot of HP plus crit immunity allows you to more safely do the reckless plays. Doesn't make them fully safe by any means, but safer. Safe adjacent. Out of sharpness. There it is. How much DR am I running with? 2. 2 is the number that I tend to favor. Like 90% of the time I'm running 2 DR, actually. It's like every Bone Spike Garb build, 2 DR. Every Adamantine Splint build, 2 DR. Every Dark Justiciar Halfplate build, 2 DR. Every Arbor of Persistence build, 2 DR. Every Reaper's Embrace build, 2 DR. It's the sacred number, I suppose.
I don't need any attention right now. What path lies before me?
2 dog riddles. 2 donut riders. That sounds almost like a slur. What does that mean? Which community am I apologizing to for saying that? Not the low roll. I guess I did get taken in by symbiotics on the damage preview. I have less on this than I thought I did.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I didn't want to use arrows of undead slaying, but I guess I will. How many do I even have? I've been buying them. Fewer than I want. Oh, of course, now you crit.
Should mind my step.
Donut Rider is my nickname in college? Oh, okay.
Better be cautious.
Proud of you, or I'm sorry that happened?
Let's get this over with.
The Rider is for sure a cop slur, so it's actually okay and based. Oh, okay, yeah. Didn't realize arrows of slaying weren't regular DRS, even though it explicitly states double damage. Yeah, like double damage, it could have meant it slaps a ×2 on the end of the weapon part. It could have meant it takes the entirety of what you did and doubles it. But no, what it means is it's 2 hits. It's like 2 fully distinct regular hits. So everything that applies to one, including damage riders that don't normally go on DRS things. Like, Symbiotic Entity here. Goes on both.
The first trial completed. The first sign you are worthy.
It's just exactly the same as if you hit someone with a regular attack twice at the same time. It makes it stronger than other DRS. I mean, arrows of slaying do just kind of peak higher than, like, everything. Except, I don't know, maybe smoke powder bombs go higher. Hard to compare. Haven't been to the morgue yet.
Something moving.
Black Tentacles Amulet and Deception Ring. I want to handle this room. Spike growth's pretty crazy here, actually. I think we spike growth. I think I've only cast spike growth once so far this run. But I want to do it more.
Softer than a whisper. This calls for careful footwork.
It's funny, the zombies will get up. Can you take smites on fiends or undead with dual branches higher than slaying arrows? I'm unsure off the top of my head. Possibly. Possibly. If anything, it would be that. Micro's secretly good.
Strange. The dust on the leftmost door has been wiped.
Sheer amount of action economy you have is astounding. Board Breaker plus Bloodlust plus extra attack plus Halo Spores plus dual hand crossbows plus ratio.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Cat just took a shit and wants affirmation afterwards. That's relatable. You did a good job, Cat. I always succeed that perception check when I don't care about it at all. With my -2 wisdom mod. Like, okay, man.
More for me.
Also seek out praise when I poop because we all know how infrequent that. Do we all know that? I know some of us do. But I don't know if all knew that until you said that. What you're saying is you need to share even more than I already do. Noted? Yeah. What are those perception checks you actually cared about? The spiders by the guidance amulet at the beginning of the game. The ledger for the He Who Was quest. We used to care about the check to get the Helldusk helmet, but now that we know we can Misty Step in, don't care about that anymore, as long as you have the ability to dollyport out. Struggling to think of another thing. Yeah, that's it. So, like, really just two things. And in terms of the impact, it's just a small amount of XP both times. There's, like, a couple other XP-gated perception spots, or perception-gated XP spots, around in Act 1, but, like, they're all pretty minor. Helldusk helmet? Yeah. There's a Helldusk helmet in the House of Hope at Act 3. It's locked behind. You need to succeed a perception check, and then you only have one chance at that per character. But then there's a an Arcana and a Wisdom check you also need to do, but you have infinite chances at those. If you fail the perception check, you can't attempt the other checks. So you seemingly can't get in. But yeah, you could just Misty Step through the wall. I don't know the angle precisely, but say confirmed that you can do that. In a normal run, that has you trapped in a room that you have no way out of. But through use of Dali porting, you can get out. So yeah, that means that the only perception checks in the game that matter, that don't have alternative means of, like, getting whatever they're for, are just small amounts of XP. So if you're XP optimizing, you don't have to care about those either. Guess let's go more Moonrise stuff. Someone remind me in 20 minutes that I want food. I will forget.
I should speak up. Death won't take me yet.
Perfect. I don't really have a reason to be doing this other than I think it would be fun. And Seedsy inspired me. So this won't be as many enemies as he fought. It'd still be a show. Looks safe. Let's walk through here. Spell Sparkler for this too. That would be smart. Let's double do this. Bring me more. There we go.
No hesitation.
Lightning charges. Bloodlust. No, he's smart. Just kidding. Sparkle Hands also serve to give us advantage in our attacks here. How'd you fail to save? What do you mean? You have Aura of Protection. It's a DC 10. What are you doing? But Paladin's so good. Dog shit class. Pick up your weapon. Did not pick up the weapon.
She belongs to everyone, Git. That's the point.
Flammable slime bombs multi-bomb. I didn't realize that. Do they actually? Yeah, they do. That's fun. If I could pick any class, I'd pick Paladin if there were no other classes. Oh, we found the Paladin use case. If every other class were to disappear from the game, then it would be average. I do wish I had another spell slot. Or that heat and metal. Let's get one. How are we... He equipped it. He equipped it. Okay. Stonks. Oh, I ran out of grease for boar. Roll a 19 with your -2 wisdom modifier. It's easy. That removes it? Okay, sure. There's War God's Blessing. I have... I'll do a 4th level spell slot here. Can you use War God's Blessing on the 10 miss to force a 20? Yes. War God's Blessing works like all the other like post-roll modifications, where if you cause it to land exactly on a 20, it can crit through crit immunity. None of them had Witness. I could hide a bit. Thought I had another Darkness Era. Guess I don't. Just kill you then. It's the cleanest solution. One attack. The Blade Ward through. Turn of Lethargic. I can use Halo. Nice scratch. Change elixirs here too. Both heroism for some temp HP. Biotic's gone, let's get that back up again. Because I still have my reaction. Use Halo to heal. Thank you, Ice. First time anyone's ever said that. Concentrating, so I get a heal off of that. I mean, critical miss. Lethargic, so I'm gonna continue to roll good, despite having 7 wisdom. Rolling bad is a choice. That's all the guards. It's not the goblins, but I have a sleep scroll. Not the low roll. This is now me crashing out. Sure. The 9 AC Scrying Eye has dodge animations, but the crit missing is the thing. There we go. So I threw the Susur dagger at that guy. It disappeared from the game. I don't know where it goes when that happens. Like, sometimes it shows up in someone's inventory, sometimes it's just fully gone from the game. I don't know. It's gone now, though. I didn't want to throw it, but I'm carrying fewer daggers than I normally do.
a rumor some do-good.
The lantern fell through the floor once, found out one floor down in the monastery. Nice. I want food? Oh. Yeah, I guess I do. Of course you don't have them all.
Risk being in open view. Let's see what you're hiding.
This is one of those times where out of combat attack speed matters. One time, Amulet of Misty Step was not in the chest when I got the Myconid Colony. It was in O'Melon's inventory. Yeah, there's a couple items that will pop up in the first inventory of, like, the relevant person. So the Amulet of Misty Step will be in Guts' room, but if you talk to O'Melon before having looted that chest, O'Melon has it. The Hail of Thorns gloves will be in the first inventory between Brem and Dareth, whoever one you trade with first. Titan String Bow will be either Brem or Lantarv, whichever one you trade with first. Whispering Promise used to be one of those items. It used to be Volo, Grat, or Roa. But they normalized it and just put it on Volo at some point. That was patch 2. I do not enter combat. Mig here has been AI broken since patch 6. She does not enter combat unless you aggro one of her allies near her. There are 3 NPCs in Moonrise like that. 2 goblins in the goblin camp like that. 2 harpers in Last Light like that. See, this guy's just chilling. For the Self-Same trial, could you use the Devil Foil Mask and additional -1 wisdom from the clone? As long as I'm near the clone, I suppose technically that would work. I never thought about that. If you had a full party with Devil Foil Masks, and you were near your Self-Same clones that all had it, would you double up the bonuses? I have to test that now. That's a really good idea. Could you die? Oh, absolutely. If it does stack, absolutely.
Just out of view. Need to find a way forward.
Let's kill this one, then I'll figure out food. This is the second sorcerer level, picking up extended and twinned. I still don't really care about what spells I'm picking up from here. I guess having charisma scaling Thunderwave is like fine. expeditious retreats like maybe useful sometimes. I don't know. Sure. Cool. Level 10. That also got me 4th level spellcasting. Let's get that. Alright. Let's see. Food. No sleep till Merkel? I doubt that. It's been 4 hours already, but we'll see how far I get. I don't think I'm gonna grab exploration spots at 11. I think I'm gonna grab them at 10 this run, so I can run around grabbing all those. That'll be like 8,000 XP from just exploration spots, I think. Okay, how are you? Let's see. So we verify that this one last guard is actually dead. Yeah, okay. Doing good. I haven't been able to catch much of this build, unfortunately. Sounds cool. You're cool. But yeah, the build will mostly be online, at least the vision I have for it in Act 3. There's some tech we can do before then, too. But yeah, more so Act 3.
I want to have a word.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I mean, to add something else because of that recent store minimum thing. Bear with me. Okay, haven't yerged. That's certainly still on the table. Especially now, level 10. Just makes sense to have smoke powder arrows on me. on-demand guaranteed knockback, 2 instances of damage, guaranteed damage, split damage types, one of them's force, so it's uncommonly resisted, big AoE, cost of an attack rather than an action, the extremely efficient resource. You want to get Ring of Spiteful Thunder eventually. Can wait though. Is there a way to inflict psychic damage on yourself? Psionic Overload? It's also technically possible for you to hit yourself with Call the Weak in specific circumstances. Basically cases where the game is considering your damage either no longer yours or as having shared custody with an NPC. And that can happen. A Glyph of Warding is one of those weird examples. If you're standing in your glyph when it hits someone else, like, they can get your Leviatar's Love, and you can get blasted by your own Call the Weak. Certainly strange, but that works.
Moving ahead.
Psionic Overload, inflict mental fatigue on yourself. You have the gloves? I'm not sure. I don't have much experience using those gloves.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Probably. The game doesn't stop you from reverberating yourself. That's not the same thing, but it's vaguely equivalent if you squint. One died in an interesting position. Yeah, I think they're okay.
Time to press ahead.
This one too. Cool thing I want to do, but need a target.
No, never mind.
How Ethel makes doors out of people? Very well could be.
Best be on my way.
Want to jump up there, but I once took almost my entire health bar and fall damage by jumping up there. No, I didn't fall down. I took the fall damage by going up. So
Right tool will do the trick.
I'm wary of doing that jump anymore.
Let's get going. Alright, time to skulk about. Alright.
Build coming so far. It's going. We're just at level 10. Messing around with various things.
Free for the taking.
Just needed to roll a 3 there. Fortunate.
Breathe quiet.
Well, let's try to do something cool, but game was like, no.
What do we have?
Oh, just crit, I guess. Here. Do I have the resources for... I don't. This is actually fine for now. So I'm gonna fight some Githyanki, right?
Glorious! Feathers! When...
Breathe deep and move.
Guess keeping one of those barrel kobolds could have been interesting, because they have daggers, you can heat metal on them, and they explode with fire damage when they die.
I'm exhausted.
So I don't know, that could have been
We'll
something.
find somewhere to camp soon.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in
Or
holy
Blue Jay?
battle
Nope, that
with
Blue Jay
Sinister,
sucks.
Immortalized here.
That Blue
for
Jay
all
stole
to
the
worship.
nest it was at previously, and is trying to steal the nest of the eagles. And also, if you just knock out the eagles, you can watch the Blue Jay going around finishing all of them off. Blue Jay sucks. He is an asshole.
Let's see what this does.
So just walking around and clicking on things, we've gotten like 2000 XP.
The corpse regards you, lifeless.
Looking you off. Decided to. Powerful relic beneath it.
The spell.
Remember to buy the arcane charge boots for Mirage.
Don't want to draw any attention. Don't want to think about what my eye is itching.
Oh, we still haven't done the Marcus fight either. I gotta stop forgetting that guy until level 10. Or maybe I don't know.
God, it smells awful in here.
This minor illusion is very funny in this room.
Softer than a whisper.
Your future ends now.
You don't have metal. Either one of you does. Wonder if I can. Should have waited a little bit more. Can you counterspell this? You can't. Good for you. You ran into it. Ran into it again. Astral stepped into it. I took 1 damage. I don't know.
checking in.
What is there? The crush appear black and white from outside. Turn a color would you go in? Because it was considering that door as a different area, like as a closed door. Basically, it's tied to doors being fucked up. Stratha. Hi, Jesse. How are you? Oh, I forgot to get the crests. I'm gonna have to do that. Right, I was considering going to the prism now, but I have to make another trip later anyway, so I'll just leave that. How many cool people here excluding the streamer because he's cooler than us? No, no, you could have just stopped at excluding the streamer. Recently discovered my love for K-pop's become an issue. Can't listen to anything else. I don't see how that's an issue.
Another step
Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? If not, not yet. Alright, you gotta watch it.
Here we go.
Arcadanus and Kithrak boss dead here? Cause I killed them. Most unhelpful answer. Basically, there's a couple ways you can sort of break the triggers for boss leaving, and then also the trigger for him having, invulnerability. Him and Cadenas having invulnerability. Those are two separate things, though, so you do need to, remove both the conditions. Like, it's possible to stop him from leaving, but he's invulnerable, so the most you can do at that point is disarm him. But doing both allows you to kill him and Cadenas there. Now, it's optimal to, if you're going to do that, to knock out Voss, kill Cadenas, so you could still have Voss show up for Lae'zel's questline, giving you an extra item, and 75 extra XP for then killing the Githyanki Voss brings with him. But I didn't do all that. I didn't have self-control, and I just killed him. No, I already got fourth level. Whatever.
You know, look over there.
Money, please?
Aye. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
I watched K-pop Demon Hunters back to back with a friend this weekend. It's so good. I enjoyed it a lot. 30-20 there hurts. Yeah, I'm using inspos just because I'm crashing out. It's not worth it. I'm doing it.
I trust very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles.
Troll, dude, your baubles. I won't, actually. You're a horrible person. Well, I mean, that doesn't stop me with Zora and Thara and Sorel. But it will stop me with you.
Happy up.
Killing Esther on site is basically required these days in my runs. But what about the XP?
Hope this ends well.
Her death is XP, but like, you can still get her death XP, and also have the quest XP.
You can see a vague outline of something within it.
You save the egg, just disappear. I keep it, but like it doesn't have a purpose anymore after you give it to Esther. Like Lae'zel doesn't acknowledge you as having it anymore. But her not getting it is enough for me. Most of the time.
I trust that an thank you. I should hope so. When adventure calls, I am always thoroughly prepared. Take a look.
Drop that. That. So buy these. Let's actually go poetic here.
Out of sight, out of mind. I just want a little look.
One day my gear will be as dynamically switched out as you. So many items I don't make use of. You know, I don't make use of most of the items I pick up in an individual run. But broadening the scope of what I'm familiar with using gives me options to style on things. And maybe discover new favorites for how I like handling particular encounters and such. My food's here. I'll be right back. Hello. Star form counts as being wild shape. Does it mean it prevents you from talking like normal wild shape? No, it doesn't. It considers you a different person. You lose majority of reactions such as luck, arms, crit. Does it mean you can't use them? No, not the majority. Not at all. I think the only one you lose is psionic dominance. Maybe charm, but I never care about charm. It's crazy that in a run where I have used Stars Druid, at least a little bit, I'm still having the thought, man, I should play some Stars Druid. Like, Stars and Spores are just so good. Or Science tried being alone in the lava wheel, immediately hiding Grim will come out but not start combat if he can't see you. Minor illusion of look the wrong way if need. That's cool.
Light on my feet.
Good info. How's the pacifist runs going? I know you did one where you completed by doing the Act 2 blow up thing. How they've been going outside of that? A lot of routing. You plan on doing Dolly stuff to like get past Ketherick and stuff, or is there sauce I'm not privy to? No Dolly? Okay. I think I have a route to be level 5 at least by the time I get to Merkle. Yeah, I was trying to think if you could use the Minthara XP Leapfrog tech, but they'd require 2 tabs, and you're playing Gale, and also require 2 tabs. That's the whole thing. Yeah. I don't like the mechanic, plus Dolly requires getting past Karnas. Fair enough. Logical.
I don't need any attention right now.
You die a bloody pauper unless you take a few risks.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
You're both twice as tall as me, but I'm half the bloody.
Means you have to combat her out, as far as I know.
we don't know
I
what
think
that
you
thing
can just
even
move
is.
the torturers far
Oh,
enough
but
away, and then it's fine. I don't
I'm
think...
telling you, it's a ship. And the
I don't know if
crypto
Minthara's
minds
actually looking for
Murray
them
and
being
Bart
dead.
have been
I have to
trying break
confirm
in
that,
for
though.
days. Now we stop. Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship. Come on, you. Nobody's.
Trying to eat with one hand while I do this. Need to make sure this isn't at an angle where it falls on me.
What do I have to
Should be
lose?
fine. Anybody getting any cheese? Nobody's getting any cheese. I don't think these guys want to pick a fight with you. I forgot to ask them. Do you think they're okay? Surely, yeah. Pull it out. Mm-hmm. After dinner, kisses. Have fun.
Everything all right out there?
Who the hell's... You're dead!
No, I'm air fryer.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Stealth successful.
I'm done. Can't wait to sleep. No lock. What's up for discussion?
Dost thou require a... That is where I was.
Shouldn't have wished there were more interesting times.
Speed. Offer bit 2 CL shortly, see soon control. Save.
Good idea, I think. Still breathing, despite everything.
Save. Eat more food. Yeah, it's coming along. We still have Marcus, still have Yurgir, still have Balthazar. Bunch of Harpers. Astral Prism. Though, Boss and Toscana are already dead. Thindor. Shadow Printer. getting the Blood of Lathander. A couple of XP spots in this map too. We got the one at the Zent hideout. Got the two over by Ethel. The one at the tower. The two in the colony. Off of exploration spots, we still have 2,500 waiting for us. This Doggos and Blights are Dunzo too? Yeah. Open.
The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you can afford them.
Buttthroat was my nickname in high school.
These boots have seen everything.
Don't you leave? We have the same sense of humor.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up. Found something.
Graceful cloth for jump distance.
Another illusion.
So many times I want to make jokes in other streams that I can only make here and a few others. Time I'm gonna slip and get banned. It is very much the meme of using a friend group A joke with friend group B, and then having to explain yourself.
Still alive, so that's progress. Shouldn't have made me your enemy. Let's see.
I think it'd be funny to land that, so. Oh, his character's name's Air Fryer? Yeah.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Best get in and out. Never a dull moment. Fall by my hand. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Wonder if the gods are watching me. You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Not. Really need to get an air fryer. I feel like it fit with my bachelor lifestyle. I mean, it's not much that I find air fryer like uniquely relevant for. I don't know. Seems like one of those things that caught on to get people to just buy a new expensive appliance. Not even a new thing, but you know what I mean. Alright.
Somehow you look worse than last I saw you.
Thanks, Bob.
Let's get the crest.
Don't waste a step.
I was thinking about no companions in camp for my next run too. Just kind of arbitrarily adding on restrictions in my head.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Hey, Dave.
That's cute.
trouble now.
We just gotta rope it. Why would you want to get rid of crate containers in camp? I don't know. Another Bjorn death run. It's no companions and no endgame allies. Could be something.
This blood sounds important.
Get a little done some. I just realized I haven't done that yet.
Don't want to draw any attention.
A guardian of faith spell, and a remarkably long-lasting one at that.
Let's see what you're hiding.
Should mind my step.
Guard's cleavage is infinite storage. I mean, maybe that's why the writer of Shadowheart, like, so explicitly tried to pair her off with Halcyon. Like, with Shart having the wide cheeks and then Halcyon having the wide crack, together they form one conventionally structured ass.
What's inside? Walls farther than- Not as bad as it could have.
What do you guys think? Wide crack, you say? Yeah. Should ask him what the writer? I don't know who wrote those characters. But they definitely had a vision.
Here goes nothing.
Some will never beat the wide crack allegations. It's true.
Remarkable that this stayed hidden all this time.
Is that like the two lead roles from Queen's Gambit? But where... I think I've seen that meme. Where if they had a kid, the kid's eyes would be placed normally. Welcome back, Rolls Royce.
So that's progress?
Algae marvelous. Oh no, the gooners are in control of chat right now. How is this different from usual? I'm not sure, but here we are. Did the Laughing Monk have a voice line for being here? Yeah, he's got dialogue for a bunch of different things. He's got dialogue in the Gauntlet of Shar, dialogue in Malice Thorm's area. Got dialogue here. He comments on things. What expo have I not gotten? No, it's just the Prism and the 2 in the Micro Colony now. Target's late response explaining my dog's good wrinkle days to someone. Nice. Are the cats? They're good. Kevin's been very active today. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Oh, he's somewhere. I think he's in that corner over there, actually. I can't quite see. Jake is not in my laundry hamper. He's not in my trash. Which means he's either under my bed or in my closet. Or right at the foot of my bed at an angle that I can't see. Yeah, they're good. Kevin has made a lot of appearances during stream today. Love this process of elimination. They got favorite spots, you know? Yeah. Dolly, dolly, dolly. Yeah. Oh, there's Jake. He was at the foot of the bed. Just got up and walked over there to get food.
Very well. I should speak up.
Daniel is resting. What stayed behind? Only the missing heart. There is a route. If you want me, I'll...
I should put Will in the party. I haven't spoken to Volo yet.
And lest we forget that...
Oh, oil bears. I've done the oil bears. It's one of those things I memory hole for so long because, like, there's no merit in doing it early at
I
all.
was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
Well met. Are you sure?
She was no fun.
I want to do a run where I just honor all the, like, pre-existing corpses to life. Just let them chill. I think it could be funny.
Go on, find someone else to play. I'm not going back. I like it here. I've made a family for myself.
Do companions ever say anything about you being disguised as them? No.
You can't.
Tried everything. Can't risk being in open view. This calls for careful footwork. I'm on my feet.
The question then is this Matrix? I don't think so. At least not without the romance scene mod, because your disguise is like wiped when you long rest, and they're usually from dialogues that you have automatically initiated. I don't think so.
Just out of view.
Soulbreaker's so good, man.
On my way. Better be cautious.
There's the possibility of a Gale threesome if he uses the spell. It's true. Means you could also be Halsin, romancing Halsin, but then Orin is also pretending to be Halsin, so you and Orin are both pretending to be Halsin, fucking each other. Oops, all Halsins. You know, that's an interesting idea for the John of all sins run that might happen. If you get the Halsin Act 3 romance scene when It's Halsin in your camp who Orin is impersonating. Does that count as Orin? Excuse me, it's my favorite doctor. Oh yeah, we were talking about doing a run where you try to romance as many people as possible. But then we were also talking about Jack of all trades, and then someone made a Johnny Sins joke. I don't know. So then Sabanos was like, "Hey, John of all sins," and now we need a tab that, you know, it's Johnny Sins, but romancing everyone.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Yeah, you couldn't even differentiate between Halsin and Orin by smell. It's very true.
At the ready. Can't give up now. Better be cautious.
Maybe that's got to be the next one, right? Maybe I do John of all sins, but with extra restrictions. What do we think? Hello? Why aren't you visible? Hello? Where is bro? Oh, okay. Hi, Carter. I didn't check to see if I had a disintegrate. Oh well. Bombs either. I can't do anything stylish here.
Stop that! You're supposed to be playing, not breaking things.
Optimus Mr. Clean, so versatile. Oh, that's where you went. Bro went through the portal. Now the portal's in the turn order. do what I wanted to do. Fine.
Don't waste a step.
Can't puzzle. Globe cowardice. I bought the globe because I was gonna meme on the portal defense and I forgot to use it there, so I was just like, oh, I'll meme here, and then I didn't check my resources. If I had bombs or something, bombs or disintegrate, I would have gone in, but why did... I mean, I guess it's because I left. I don't know why. An oil bear? I'm gonna save before I flee combat here, because, like... never know how some of that stuff gets handled. A puzzle piece? I don't know.
What path lies before me? I can be subtle sometimes. This calls for careful footwork.
Don't you get in the portal.
The easy path.
Or give XP? No, I've been in situations where I had to kill this before. Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to see if it gave XP. It doesn't. Still in combat with the portal, but now I'm here.
Should have just left me alone. Spoil my fun. I'll teach you a lesson. Just you watch.
Will you? Have I heard that line before? I don't think I've heard that line before. Surprise. Therapy time for me. Have a good rest stream. Finish before I get home. And good job taking care of yourself as always, Cuss.
Maybe I should. No, this is good. What path lies before me?
Excuse me. Before, thank you. I guess Daddy using the portal brought it into the turn order.
Why couldn't you? I'm not leaving. Even when it was scary, but would he even want me back? But
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Don't like that weapon started wiggling. Good. What are some good usages of silence? Oh, you asked that earlier. I don't think I ever answered. Sorry about that. It's an action refresh. So there's that. It can provide thunder immunity. It's a 100 turn duration spell, so if you need an effect that persists only while you're concentrating, that's an option. Use it to shut down enemy spellcasters. It is a ritual spell, so you could just use it as long as you're outside of combat and turn-based mode. Just looking at therapy again. I'm on a new health plan. You should, if that's something you've had an interest in, especially if you have greater means to access that. I think that would be a good decision. Silence action refresh. Yes. Interesting the wizards don't learn it. I mean, it kind of makes sense, because it's the antithesis of everything they are. Like, their whole thing is learning to use the weave and stuff, and silence is like, hey, most weave shit you just can't do in here. You could totally make a case for wizard being able to learn it, but I also like the case for them not. $11K. Silence stops their yapping. Could be. He who was? Guess. I'm tired. Didn't really phone things in, but maybe we could do. Welcome to my life. It's only 5.5 hours. Why am I so tired? If I go on Cloud Giant, we can handle Marcus. Really should long rest though. Sleep well? Not really. I often don't though. Doesn't normally stop me. Okay. Hold on. Hi. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but he was Kevining back at me. actually sleep well sounds like a superpower. Some people do. It's crazy. I'm not jealous.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There. See him in the background? That's you. Hi. Come over. Third Moonrise today by starting a fight with the Eye in the prison, eventually drew the entire garrison down there. We fought in the tower, turning bridge to a killing zone. It's funny is that everything was in blood, and eventually someone froze it and turned it to water, and then to electrified water. Pray Jesus for his wonders. Yeah, you can convert blood into water in this game. Because you can't... So, like, they were weird about blood surfaces in this game, and that's strange, especially considering Divinity Original Sin 2 had a bunch of support for blood-related surfaces and conditions, but basically you can freeze blood into ice, but when it thaws, it's water. You can't electrify blood, but you can electrify water. So if you want an electrified blood surface, you have to freeze it, thaw it, then electrify it. The Dark Lady Wisdom debuff kill you if you had 5 Wisdom? Yes. Yes, it would.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and move. How much further can I go?
Well, the bounce I did. Very funny.
Can't risk being in open. Alright, time to skulk about. Don't waste a step. Can't slow down.
I'm doing the Marcus fight right now. Which, to be clear, I shouldn't.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Keep sight narrows at night.
Especially not with my rules on this run. I have athletics proficiency now because the ranger levels. boss showed up. The Gauntlet of Shark camp for me the other day. Killed Wargaz earlier. Never entered the Planescaster. Rough fight with no rage charges. Giant power pulled through. At the Gauntlet of Shar camp? How'd you manage that? Killed Wargaz, didn't enter. Huh. Brush off your here fight? That's very interesting. Breaking my perception of how certain things work. Love to see it. Gonna have to do some science. Hey, Lucky Horse, how you doing today? Well, it gets patrol through dialogue after entering Act 2. Through dialogue? They talked to you? They can do that? Oh, you mean the ones in Act 1. Okay. Yeah, no, you did say Geth Patrol. My brain was thinking, because you said Act 2, the ones in Act 2. But no, you mean Beretta and crew. Okay. Okay, I was very confused.
Just the thing.
Still don't have any bombs. What are they gonna do? Kill me? No, the answer is there to kill everyone else.
The true soul who's going... But the cultists are able to traverse even... While you're busy... Marcus!
I've been blessed.
This is one of the fights that I should not be doing. With no plan and also no functioning brain and also no resources. But like, meh. Did barricade one of the doors at least? I did. Bare minimum, but yeah, I did. surprise them? I didn't. Usual bug. It's some of the allies that are surprised. Remind me how to start the fight out there rather than in the room. Do the dialogue in turn-based mode.
Blood comes easy these days.
Who got confused by the altitude? Okay, this one figured out a flight path. Let it dash though. First using the shatter I sold her.
You'll make excellent.
Hera does not see an ice storm angle, even though I see one. Hera's gonna be useless. I'll healing Murkon. Okay. Good guy, Cal. Yeah, the side effect of the Murkon knockout strat that I do makes him able to enter the turn order here, which is actually pretty funny, because he still can't die. If he gets hit and knocked to 0, he'll, like, leave the turn order, but he doesn't die. So he can just help draw aggro for you. Yeah, with the Scorching Ray, almost secures the kill. Silly question, how do you get Shovel as permanent spell without a wizard level? You can get Shovel as a permanent summon you can do from your class actions. Note how it's not in my spellbook, it's just in the comment section. Through dialogue with her, as long as you are a wizard, warlock, or certain flavors of sorcerer.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Only Draconic? It's not only Draconic. Storm and Shadow can get it by having the dialogue with Shovel in Act 2 instead of Act 1. And I'm unsure on Wild Magic, but I think it follows the same rules as Storm and Shadow. Shadow is mechanically a copy of Storm for class-specific dialogue. What's the difference between acts? For whatever reason, the dialogue where she's scared of you does not fire in Act 2. At least not to the same degree. Couldn't tell you why it's set up that way, but that's how it works. I hit him so hard his armor fell off, I guess. Also, where's his ass? Guess he doesn't have one. Tragic, brother. That's rough, buddy. Mark is not woke. I think I waited until I found my Shadow Sorcerer run. Be some coincidence. Since I wouldn't have known to wait. Then there's got to be some other ways to change the dialogue priority. But basically, the gist of it is Shovel has certain kinds of sorcerer that she's scared of, and certain dialogue options on those classes will prevent you from getting the dialogue option necessary to keep Shovel permanently. However, one of the known ways of bypassing that is to wait to have that discussion with her in a later map. But there seem to be other ways.
Together equals strike again. We need you to strike.
Where you're the key to all of this.
Yeah, Chihira attacked in wild shape. That's definitely strange behavior.
I know, but...
Oh, but back to the Shovel discussion. As long as, on Draconic Bloodline, as long as you don't tell her that you're a dragon, you're fine. You do have to be careful on the other flavors of Sorcerer, though. And, Wizard and Warlock go through the dialogue, and there's no options that make her scared of you.
Corpse regards you, life.
Outside
This is what Marcus buried. A dead flaming fist.
Still have He Who Was, the Yergler. Plenty of stuff. Harper Disposal. It's on the table now, too.
Chihira wants to know about supplies.
She'll just about do.
Works the Dragonborn too? That I don't know.
We don't even know the way. Alright. That's why we should leave now.
Good to ask.
But, you know, you've seen what's out there. Look fun.
Alright, what now? Don't mind if I do.
Like that everything here is easily replicable. Symbiotic Entity, Flawed Helldusk, Callous Glow, Booming Blade, Psychic Spark. And I'm not doing any super crazy gear combos or anything. Yep, just good stuff. It is a common logical fallacy that items available later in the game are inherently better, that items that are harder to get are inherently better. This is part of why you see so many people going on about, oh, a Hellbusk. It's like, okay, but is that armor even better for anything that you're doing? And the answer is often no. Like, I have it. I've not banned myself from using it, I just feel no desire to use it because it doesn't do anything that I care about. I'd get 1 more damage reduction. Okay. But I wouldn't have the advantage on con saves that the DJ half-plate's giving me. I'd get a little bit more armor class. But like, do I care? Armor class is worthless. Burning immunity? Okay, I guess. I have the silver sword and I've used it a few times, but most of the times where I've whipped this out, Soulbreaker Greatsword could have gotten the job done too, because it also has the titular ability, you know, Soulbreaker. Tit. But yeah, early game gear, Act 1 gear. Boots of Speed. Crazy good. I'm wearing a lot of, and of course I have a Grimskull helm. I'm wearing a lot of Act 2 gear right now. Like that Snare Misser, Sentinel Shield, Ring of Free Action, Callous Glow, Flawed Helldust Gloves, DJ Half-Plate, Flesh Melter Cloak. It's mostly Act 2. Should be wearing this. Once we get to Act 3, armor of choice will be probably between Bone Spike Garb,
The absolute war drums beat loud.
Persistence,
May I serve?
Mutilated Carapace. Probably one of those. Oh, maybe Flame Enameled Armor, actually. Maybe. I don't know where the nearest Temple of Shar is in our part of the material plane. Need to have some memories purged. Raven Guard's armor. I don't really want to kill him. Not on this run.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
I want to round it off to 10k, so I guess it is he who was time.
That's progress.
Why did I do Peg if I'm just going to heat metal on him? So it's a great question. Fuck you for asking. No, I'm not going to heat metal. Hope you're happy.
I don't need any attention.
There's a non-lethal way Will leave, though. Yeah, I don't really want Will to leave.
Boots have seen everything.
We should do more signs there. Figure out options.
Can't slow down.
The waiting room.
And the murdered lie silent. They died because of her. And to death through it, I can. Will you take it? Go. If you do. And you will be the judge.
The dark just did. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. I'm so sorry. But...
I think he's okay. When you want more damage but don't have more actions, just let people hit you. Really like Raven Guard's armor for heat stuff if you don't already have the resistance. It is really good for that. Like I could be swayed into going that direction. Maybe.
Softer than a whisper. On my way. Open up.
Did all the plant fights, right?
Place gives me the creeps. Try me.
Got the bug. Okay. Thanks for being chill about this.
These things have stayed interesting. He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight. Are you really sure we can trust someone who's infected?
Yes. Until Jaheira gives me reason to think otherwise.
Telekinesis. I'm always sad when I don't have telekinesis here. Trader, you gonna get early TK on your Gale run?
Seems like a good moment.
You're probably far enough that you don't need to care about that now, but... I killed Tuscan. I did. That's right, I could hurt someone.
Out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should. No, this is good.
Should have done extended spell on this, but it's fine.
No hesitation. Just have a few. And away I go.
Jahira wants to know about something. Make it home. Burning through our oil, but it should just about. Just about. Just about. Hang around too long.
Throw a chest for the two, right? Yeah.
You were witnessed assaulting
No,
someone.
I wasn't.
You're headed for the cells.
No, I'm not.
They believe.
I don't have telekinesis right now from these gloves.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Finding an angle. I'm still locked onto her though. Kind of interesting.
Seems like the best way. Alright then. I don't need any attention right now.
I love that. Know that being a murder hobo is the optimal move in most cases, so I'll bring myself to murder one character on a regular basis. Okay.
What now?
Only do that after saving the inn, I assume. Yeah, like, to be honest, the Harpers aren't really a significant help during the fight with Marcus anyway, so, like, it's a non-issue. The reason why it's so easy to pull off is because notice how everyone's a green outline here? It means they're allied instead of neutral, and there's a few actions that don't do checks if they're involving allies, so you don't need to be an ally to guaranteed shove someone, throw someone. You can hide in front of them with no checks, and you can telekinesis them with no saving throws. And the way you make all of Last Light minus Barcus allied rather than neutral is by exposing the Strange Ox. that just changes everyone to allied. All the characters in the game that annoy me, but Marco needs to be set on fire, resurrected, and set on fire again. Find it pretty easy to bring myself to murder racist druids. Yeah, like clearing the Emerald Grove, very easy for me. I let Wrath live. If possible, I let Silver live too. Everyone else can go. The Harpers? Eh. The Flaming Fists? I'm happy to have them go. Minus Art. I feel bad about Art. But then again, all fists are bastards, so... Oh, the Flaming Fists are good and moral. Oh, right. Right. Hey, Gigi. Catching me right at the end here. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm a little bit EP. And, it's looking like next session, Merkel. Trying to think of the least amount of turns to set up Arsonist Oil Bowl, 2 turns chilled. Apply it on my turn, so they're still chilled at the beginning of my next turn, then apply Arsonist Oil on my next turn, they have Fireball. You could... So Transmutation Wizard is an easy option. You reverse pickpocket a Transmuter Stone into their inventory, like before the fight. Then during the fight, you apply Arsonist Oil, then you make a new stone, which destroys theirs. And making a new stone is a free action. So... But that requires 6 Transmutation. If you have Create or Destroy Water, you can destroy water to remove wet from someone. So if you make someone wet, apply Arsonist Oil, then destroy water, they won't be wet anymore. And they'll have the vault. Try that. But yeah, let me find someone to raid. Short stream for me. I apologize. I don't know why I'm apologizing, but I feel compelled to. But we'll finish up Act 2 tomorrow. Let's see. Who's online? Say is on. Been on for 4.5 hours. But yeah, I haven't gotten to raid stay in a while, so let's do that. Say's stream is a dual language stream. Even if he's not talking in English, he will switch to English to interact with you, so feel free to chat and hang out and stuff. What is he working on right now? I have no idea. Some kind of solo wander thing. We'll see. But have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.